Okay, we're live. Welcome back, everyone.
The delay always throws me off.
What delay?
There's always a delay when I'm watching the Twitch stream on the other computer.
The delay is, I don't know, probably about 2 seconds lag.
Oh, it's a lot longer than that. The intro just finished.
Oh, wow. I wonder why it's different for you. Because that's a much bigger lag.
Well, there's the international situation, and then there's the Wi-Fi in here, etc. There's probably a lot of good reasons.
Actually, you would have had the ad. Cause,
maybe.
Yeah, I think at the start, there's an ad showing.
Well, I don't generally see it, but I also have ad blocker.
Cool. Well, today we are going to finish this particular adventure, Assassination. This is episode 3 of that mission, which is, by my count, mission 11 of ours.
Hour 11, actual 10?
Actual 10. Actually, I've got them numbered. Hang on.
Oh, it said 10, didn't it?
No, this is 9. So this is actual 9, but our 11. I don't know exactly how we get to that. We had one of the convention filler episodes in between.
At least 2.
Although Shadowrun starts it as mission 0. So that would account for the other one.
Okay. I can never remember what that's called.
Back in Business, that one's called.
No, not the name of it. That type of numbering.
I'd say it's 0 based. At least in code terms it is.
Seems like I had a fancier name than that. I know the 8 based is called octal.
So, before we begin, is anyone spending any points? While in the back of a knight-errant police paddy wagon, do you guys learn anything?
I did learn how to be better at fast talking.
You might need it.
Yeah, Go ahead.
I did end up bumping driving and electronic repair, security, which could come in handy in a minute.
So you bumped it again?
Well, I didn't actually bump it last time.
No, that was me.
Right.
Yeah, because last session I improved driving automobile and I added contact Claudia the Fixer.
And clearly it saved you since you escaped in the first turn of the chase, so...
And I also
In
learned
an ambulance.
how to be better at interrogation as well.
Cool, so no other point expenditures at this time?
Not for me.
I wanted to vent a little. I've been trying to get the stupid stats for the fly spy drones, and it's been a huge pain in the ass because, well, it's Ultratech, and Ultratech is not the most efficiently written rulebook in the GURPS series. So it has an IQ of 2, which is fine. That's about like a reptile. The problem is It does not include any additional perception. So
Oh, wow.
technically, by the rule, its perception is 2. And apparently the rule of 12 was 3rd edition. That did not carry over. So pretty much all the animals that they list in the basic book, they have a specific perception set. So, okay, well, sure. And it also has bad sight, nearsighted, which means outside of 1 yard, it has a vision penalty of -6, which basically means it's blind.
Okay.
That doesn't seem
So-
very effective.
It can't see a car more than 1 yard away.
That explains all the splats on my windscreen.
So something is very, very wrong with the stats in that regard.
I
Now,
imagine it would have a perception.
Yeah, but it doesn't. I mean, it literally has no perception modifier listed. The only modifier is for the IQ, and that's limited by the complexity of the computer that runs it for a non-volitional AI.
Okay, so does it actually have the full sort of stats for it in the book?
No, it's a template. So it's treating it like it's a character. So a lot of them are defaults, like the dex and health are defaults, so they're 10.
Okay, so the way I interpret that then is you don't use the perception of the fly spy, you use your own perception because you see it as a camera.
Yeah, but logically, if its eyes are not capable of that kind of resolution, perhaps, not that I'm arguing, but yeah, there's a problem. So I could actually purchase increased perception for it, but I don't know how useful that is because it doesn't need to be, well, it needs to be able to friggin' navigate. So, yeah,
Well, the only thing that you'd want to be trying to buy off is the bad sight. Because if you're using your own perception, so for its...
No. Oh, well, yeah, okay.
Yeah, for its autonomous stuff, where you tell it, fly over there and hide under a rock or something like that, that's done on an IQ too, so it's not all that smart.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not about the intelligence, it's about the perception. So if it can't see beyond 1 yard, it can't see where it's going.
Well, you
Unless
control it.
wherever it's going is freaking huge. Yeah, but that would be the only way it could get wherever it's going, and then that kind of negates the entire non-volitional AI. So yeah, I may go in there afterward and increase the perception, or we could just house rule it and say that doesn't really matter. It's good enough for navigation.
For the purpose
Or
of
maybe I've missed something.
For the purpose of mechanics, I think we'll use the stats that it's got, but bump up the perception. So, in the template, or modify the template to add perception plus 10 or whatever to get it to 12. And
Yeah.
that would just make it a little bit more expensive drone. Actually, it just occurred to me, you could have a look in Reign of Steel. There might be something, of that sort of thing in Reign of Steel.
I think the problem with Rain of Steel is they don't have a cost for it.
Try
And
the
specifically
try
in
the link
Ultratech,
that I
they
just try the link that I
help.
just put in there.
Well,
For example, look at the Cyberspace Designs Dragonfly.
or the actual MCT Fly Spy.
Or possibly that.
Yeah, that gives it IQ 10. Wow, it's also way more expensive. That's $2,000. Well, I'm gonna have to bookmark this probably.
Didn't I share this before?
You did in the forum.
Yeah, you might have.
Yeah, because I stumbled on this, I think, when I was looking for the drone stuff that Ethan was working on with the Traveler thing. And I'm like, oh, this is awesome.
Is that how much those drones are in Shadowrun? Are they like 2,000?
I'd have to look.
Yeah, I haven't. I don't think I ever actually tried to price it.
I could see 2,000 being the sort of price that you'd expect for something, that miniaturized and stuff.
Yeah, well, these drones in Ultratech are ridiculously cheap.
That's because they're useless. They can't see past
Apparently
6 feet, and they're stupid.
Well played, sir. Well played.
I went and added infravision for thermals, and yeah, they can see a heat signature right in front of their face.
And then, because they landed on the guy, he slaps them and squishes them.
Yeah, because it has 1 hit point.
Well, you could argue the +10 in plain sight rule. So you're not going to see someone stealthing around, deliberately trying to be sneaky, but +10 for in plain sight.
You can make that case, in which case it's going to have a 6 to spot it total.
At distance, yeah.
Well, rant over.
Either way, we'll keep playing it like we have been for at least this mission.
I may actually replace those with the legit fly spy from that other thing, since those stats are fully developed.
That'll work.
I got plenty of money for it.
What book are the drones in?
Ultratech.
No, I mean Shadowrun.
Oh. They're in the main book, aren't they?
Which edition?
5th edition?
Well, I think the stuff we're working on are off of is 4th edition, so that's what I was looking at.
Are we using 4th?
Vehicle and drones.
Yeah, we're using 4th. Well, I don't have the 5th edition of it. I got the 4th edition of Shadowrun.
How did I get it?
I do not know.
Fly Spy is 2,000 yen.
Okay. Explains that.
MCT Fly Spy Mini Drone, 2,000 yen. Yep. I don't know what any of the other stuff means in context, but there you go.
Then I shall upgrade them if for no other reason than setting appropriateness.
Setting compatibility.
There you go. Or that.
So that will have to be an off-screen update.
Yeah.
The VFX artists and director in this for this episode, or the writers, have written them to work as they have been. Next episode they'll be modified with that new tech or something.
Yeah, I did think that the squibs from people getting shot in the head did kind of look fake. Now we know where all the money and the budget's going.
Yeah. Or maybe it was the fan base. They had a big rant over, fly spies aren't like that. So the directors or the studio had to go and change everything. That's not canon. All right. So,
You know what happened.
anything else? All right. So, you guys, we left off with. You guys went to speak with your Johnson, which was a Leonard someone. Don't recall his name, and I'm not going to look it up at the moment. But you went to speak to him to get some details. You found him in a brothel. You were starting to question him, and then he literally exploded in front of you as he was shot through the wall by an assault cannon. Some Scratcher Orc gangers also showed up at this hotel brothel that you're at, and a firefight ensued, which you guys did a lot of murdering, particularly Frey, which is normal.
Yeah. How many did we? How many were there total?
I
I
think
think there were
like 10 total.
and I dropped 7.
Yeah.
I helped drop 2.
Yep, you contributed.
Yeah, you were pulling your own weight. Barely.
This is why Frost knows. He's like, oh, it's in a gunfight. I'm gonna pull back and do some stuff while Frey shoots people in the head.
What are you going to...
Generally, the best weapon for me is to make sure Frey knows where all the bad guys are.
What are you going to do if Frey gets shot and goes down? You're just going to be like, oh shit, what do we do now?
I got guns. I can do it.
I can do it too.
You need a bigger gun, though.
Been pretty successful with my pistol so far.
You've done okay, but you need a bigger gun.
Not necessarily a bigger gun. You could do with some ammunition, better ammunition.
Maybe. Were those guys even armored? Yeah, I guess
Yes, they were. So, what is it? Hyperdense ammo is the...
No, that's too high-tech level.
Is it? Well, there's one ammo that still gives you the armor divisor, but doesn't drop your piercing to piercing minus, for example.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one.
Okay. I don't think I have that.
It costs like... It's expensive. I think it's cost like 5 times or 10 times the normal bullet cost. I believe it's hyperdense, but...
Yeah, I think hyperdense is either tech level 10 or 11.
There is that, or you've got...
It got moved because it used to be okay for tech level 9 in 3rd edition.
You've got the... explosive.
Yeah,
Not in the pistol.
Did it specifically say no pistols on that?
It depends on what the weapon you're talking, which one you're talking about.
Yeah, I thought the lower end of it was just 10 millimeter. I didn't think it specified whether pistols were out or not. I should think it would. But that's actually kind of funny because now I know about actual explosive rounds from World War II that were 7 or 8 millimeter.
I saw a video where they were shooting ballistic gel.
Yeah.
And it did horrific damage.
Yeah, I think the explosive rounds were banned by the Geneva Convention or something.
I could see why. It's not very sportsmanlike, even for war.
It's war.
Yeah.
War isn't about sportsmanship. It's about winning.
War never changes.
Well, it was an agreement because we won't put massive holes in your people if you don't put massive holes in ours.
Yeah, those only get you so far. But at any rate, we were arrested.
And the cops
Yes, you
came
were.
in.
Okay. So yeah, the cops turned up. They took control of the situation. They brought some real badass cops to take you guys down. You decided to surrender instead of shoot your way out. Shooting your way out could have been interesting.
Or it could have been more of the same.
Maybe. These guys had helmets and stuff like that, so maybe Frey wouldn't be one-shotting him. What sort of damage do you do with the pistol?
Then he just shoots him in the face or in the neck.
Let's see. With the APEP, it's 4D plus 2, armor divisor 3, piercing.
And he might go
So
right
that's
through the helmet.
still not going to feel very good.
Oh, if you
No.
guys want, I could see about getting a Desert Eagle .50 AE. That's 4d6 dice roll for the damage.
Yeah, if you want to really go for it. In that particular case, if you actually wanted to go that route, what you would look for is the Magnum, I think. Magnum pistol, I think it's how it's referred to, the generic.
The only issue is when you go that larger pistol, you're pretty much going to be firing just one shot because your recoil modifier is going to be way too high to capitalize on extra shots.
Yeah, it's 4 recoil 4.
Yeah, that's crazy. And not entirely inaccurate. Well, depending on how you look at it.
No, that's true.
Yeah, but it's less accurate.
What is his strength?
10.
That's going to be
Yeah.
a problem because that requires strength of 11. So I think that's
That
an
doubles the
additional
recoil.
minus. Okay.
I think it doubles the recoil.
Well, I think I'll stick with my auto pistol for now. I've been doing pretty good with it.
Well,
Your other option.
I'm only using the heavy pistol. I just have it super tricked out because, well, that's my bag.
Yeah, if anything, all you'd probably want to do is change to a heavy pistol. But no, yours puts holes in people, so it still works.
Your other option is to
40 cal, right?
go against the grain and use something like a machine pistol or SMG.
Or that.
Everyone's got rifles or pistols. Yeah, you can go a little different.
I got a PDW. It's a submachine gun.
I have a dart pistol and a dart rifle in my car or someplace, which
Ooh,
is basically
that's
a
it.
needler.
You need to be all needles. Have a little armband with the little needle launchers on it.
They really don't do much damage though, and that's going to be a
Well, it's all
bitch
about
to
the
get through
delivery.
armor because they're like PI minus.
Well, what if you load them with acid?
Then it's not using a needle; it's using something else. Right.
And
Sorry, we keep getting distracted. It's Daniel's fault.
So, Knight Errant came in, took control of the situation, and they have disarmed all you guys, removed anything from your persons that may be an issue or a threat to them, and they've also disabled any of you that have like cyberware communicate or inbuilt comms and stuff like that, which I think was only Frost.
Was it?
That is correct.
No, it was when Ethan was playing M. He had one.
All right. Just make sure that I'm at the right bit.
So are we still in the brothel room?
No, we were taking
you-
the paddy wagon.
Oh, right, yeah.
Do they still even call them paddy wagons?
Probably.
I imagine so, because it actually says paddy wagon in this mission.
And they would never do it wrong.
Okay. The back of the knight-errant paddy wagon is rough enough to qualify as cruel and unusual treatment, if anyone cared about that standard. Still, it beats being dead. Detective Athak and an armoured trooper, obviously female, wearing nondescript body armour with face hidden by a tactical mask, ride with you on your way to Knight Errant's downtown processing centre and correctional facility. After about 10 minutes of travel, Tosh yawns and rubs his eyes with a mix of boredom and fatigue. He then rasps thick, warty knuckles on the clear ballistic plate separating the back of the driver's cabin to get the driver's attention. "Yes, sir," comes the reply over the intercom. Yeah, hey Eddie. Looks like we're coming up on some road delays up ahead. Make sure you find the fastest route around it. I don't want to have these prisoners any longer than we have to. The driver, seemingly too young to wear his HRT uniform, smiles and nods. "Roger that, sir. Rerouting now." He reaches for his GPS on the dashboard and then says, "Oops, malfunction. I'll have to manually find a route. I'm sorry, sir." "Do your best," Tosh replies as he looks at the trooper next to him and rumbles. "Are these the one?"
Recalculating.
The trooper studies each of you guys in turn for a few moments before shaking her head. Tosh nods in acknowledgement. "One more thing," he growls. Then we see... Tosh nods in agreement. "One more thing," he growls. "Then we see where we go from here. But we better make this quick. We don't have much time." The wagon turns off the highway down through a small, low-end business district just outside of downtown before pulling into an office building undergoing renovation. The wagon's doors open and Tosh motions you guys out. The place is dark, with most of the windows covered with boards. The smell of new drywall and paint permeates the place, and plastic covers everything. Someone's getting murdered. Off to your right are two more forms as they come into view from the shadows. Both are young orcs, both in their early 20s. One is female, pretty even for an orc. wearing well-worn street clothes with dark hair held back on one side by an adhesive bandage. The other is a large male wearing shades with a heavy armoured jacket with brown and gold highlights. On his hip is a nasty-looking combat knife and heavy pistol. Slung over his shoulder in a relaxed but ready low position is a very modern and dangerous SMG. His colours say ganger, but his gear and demeanour say professional, aka don't fuck with me. With his free hand, he holds out a hollow transmitter. The image of a middle-aged orc appears. Appearing from the waist up, he appears to be in a sitting position, and the grimace on his face indicates he is in considerable pain. These then? He asks. The young orc stares for a few moments. Also studying their faces before tears stream down her eyes as she fights to maintain her composure. No, it's not them, she says. The elder orc looks to the detective and the trooper. Okay, Tosh. That's one thing we know. Now let's get drecking thing over with. We both have things to... It is in Shadowrun. Though I've never liked drecking.
No, I was just thinking it sounded like they're missing this right in front of it.
Yeah, there's a
Can you
lot
put
of
the word
editing.
in chat?
Drecking.
Yeah, can you put it in chat?
It's just, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot
Like
of places.
frickin' or freaking, whatever. Let's get this straight.
Frackin'.
Frackin'.
Yeah, Battlestar
What
Galactica
is the
started
word
that.
for that? There's a word for that. A term. Go on. then.
Drecking.
We both have things to get to and hoops to kick. The anger in his voice is thick. Quite, Mr. McAllister. I'd really like to get back to work myself. I have some cleaning up of my own to do. The speaker, none other than ADA Dana Oakes, removes her helmet and mask. Her face is bruised and battered, but determination burns in her eyes.
And she says, "Man, this thing is squeezing my brain."
End cutscene.
They didn't get you. An explanation would be appreciated.
She says they tried. Were it not for Detective Athak here, I would definitely be amongst the dead.
So who's
And
behind the coup?
And the young lady there?
Her name... I believe Kathleen.
How is she related to this?
I assume you heard that Project Freedom their meeting was hit. She was there.
Ah,
She saw who it was. We just had to make sure that you guys had not gone rogue. She will look to Athak as she says that.
Where is Mark Blackfern now?
She will say,
can someone take these damn cuffs off?
when you say that, Tosh will come around and he will unlock them each in turn.
Thank you. And my weapons? It's clearly we need to have a word with with this Mr. Blackfern.
The driver of the paddy wagon will come out with a duffel bag. In that duffel bag is all your stuffs. Dana, she speaks. What I think we have is a power grab. Mark Blackburn has been coveting the DA's job for years, trying to get it through personal and political connections. But Beatty has always been one step ahead of him. Beatty knew that there was knew where all the local skeletons were buried, and it helped to keep everyone in check, in as much as that's possible. But he had one weakness: his granddaughter, who recently goblinized into an orc. He was going to hold a press conference to come out in favour of Prop 23, to try and put a stop to any more violence. Against my advice, I might add. It would have ruined him politically, because it would have created some sympathy for the Orc Underground and gone against the governor's official stance. But it was something he felt he had to do. I think that Blackfern couldn't allow that, or he saw weakness, so he decided to make his move. And I think he had help. Based on what Detective Athak has told me, Blackfern has been in contact with Gordo Buck. Again, I'll just put that name. Turns to you and say, Gorgo, or is it Gordo?
It's Gordo Buck, not Gorgo.
Blackfern has been in contact with Gordo Buck, a gangster in the underground who recently took over for Johnny Torini. I think that the two of them had some kind of plan to work together after they'd secured their power bases. This fits with what we have learned, Kathleen Shard says, before McAllister can respond. The attack on Project Freedom headquarters wasn't carried out by these runners, but members of the Scratcher who had been sided with Gordo Buck. It seems many of the Scratcher were against Project Freedom's efforts. They felt that they would lose their authority in the underground if it went legitimate. Buck offered them the opportunity to keep their authority while gaining an even greater role in the underground, as well as funding, gear, weapons. But not all the Scratcher feel that way, she says, looking towards Cacao, as his hand clenches on his SMG. One of them came forward and informed us to what his brothers had done. McAllister then speaks up. I've done some digging and confirmed that Blackfern and Buck are working together. They're chill with a couple of terrorists. One hoop kisser calls himself Harbringer. The other, the fragger who planned all this, is a super hacker known as Anarchy. That fragging figures, Tosh rumbles as he looks at the runners. They arranged for key leaders on both sides to get offed, frame these perps, these guys here to take the fall for the murders. With both sides looking for them, thinking them the shooter, they would have been, and they should have been killed off by now. No offense, he adds. And once they're dead, no one to trace it back to either side. Perfect double blind. That, and it causes both sides to dig in even more over Prop 23. But knowing all this means shit, means nothing. We need proof, especially with Blackfern in power. Good thing then that we've found a little ace in the hole, McAllister says with a wicked grin. We know where Anarchy is. Oakes guessed, her voice calm as ever. I do, yeah. Anarchy is slippery as hell, but Harbringer, not so much. Some friends of friends were able to track him down. Anarchy needs to pick his friends better. Oh, and it gets better. It seems that Buck is also having a meeting with Anarchy and our new DA, Mr. Blackfern. We have a time and place, McAllister said. Tosh merely snorted. Oh, that's just right. Oakes nods, her face tight with anger. Mr. McAllister, I know we have our differences and in political goals, but would you assist? She starts. She's then cut off as McAllister. Hang on. Says, frag off. Slitch. No dice. I'm here to cover Kathleen and Cacao and make sure you are giving Chit truth. That's it? Got it? McAllister growls. Besides, we have our own houses to clean up, and I have other chummers to track down. Fine, she says, as she turns to you guys. How would you like to clear your names? I know that Detective Athak can keep Knight Errant busy for a while. If you can track down and bring in Anarchy, Harbringer, and Blackfern and Buck, or bring proof of their involvement in this matter, I will see to it personally that all of you are exonerated. Do we have a deal?
Yes.
I am totally racking it around into my pistol in response.
I see everyone else respond and then just take a second and
Yeah. Framing us was a big mistake. I'd like to have a discussion with them to show them how bad of a mistake that was.
I have a favor to ask. I need to know if my daughter is safe.
Dana Oakes will look to Detective Athak, and Athak says, ma'am, we have no information on his daughter.
That's good to know. Thank you.
So we need to know where they're at. Get as much information as we can get about the target location. How good are you guys at stealth, by the way? I'm asking the other PCs.
Tolerable?
Average 12.
Slightly less than.
Okay, because I'm totally thinking, well, you can Shard not do invisibility? Or am I thinking of something else?
I
King
do
Willie.
not have invisibility, no.
Then I'm clearly thinking of somebody else.
King Willie.
Well, I remember those of you that have enemies and stuff that need to be rolled.
Right.
I think it's only secret. You would have already rolled for your enemies. So if you have any secrets, they need to be rolled in the box.
What's in the box?
You're not going to like what's in the box.
What do I know about anarchy?
Okay, give me a skill roll.
I always wonder about that. So if somebody has a reputation, what do I roll to see if I know it? But in this case,
Who's Gordo Buck affiliated with?
Mafia.
I have Mafia background, so can I use Streetwise or...
You certainly can.
So what do I know about Gordo Buck?
Alright, we'll start with Anarchy first.
He has a name.
Alright, Anarchy. He is a expert hacker and a terrorist. He has a personal goal to topple every known government on the planet, corporate or otherwise. His speciality is data manipulation. And he is also a technomancer. Now, if that's not familiar to you, it is basically a hacker that uses magic, well, kind of magic, to access the internet. They don't use decks at all.
it's Neo.
Yep. Did I say internet? I should have said matrix. And word on the street is that he is in Seattle. As to why, people don't know. They speculate that he has some grand nefarious plan that's going to ruin a lot of things.
Do you have any trademarks?
If he does, then you know them. Alright, so Gordo Buck. Okay, so you will know just from your contacts with the Mafia that he took over from Johnny Torini. And this was a few months ago.
Which family?
Good question.
This one, not that one.
The family is not immediately important, but you will know which family it is.
So it probably wouldn't be the Finnegan family because the Donna is they have a Donna, not a Don. So it'd be one of the rival families, and see it.
Well, he's operating in the Orc Underground, which is where Johnny Torini was operating. And if I recall, he did work with Finnegans.
And he also was a drug dealer who sorts the joints in hiding. Yes. I remember Johnny Torini was a previous run that we had. His name came up.
Yes, the other runners will know. I don't know if you guys will fill him in on this, and whether you're going to fill him in with Dana present and Athak present.
No, as far as I'm concerned, that's not relevant.
No, that was kind of metagaming me just speaking.
Well, and metagaming, we actually think Torini is officially dead, but we faked his death.
So Gordo Buck took over the vacuum.
I guess that would be true.
Correct.
Now we had 4 names that we needed to pick up, so we got Buck, Black Fern, Anarchy, and who else?
And you also know that Gordo Buck is not happy with Prop 23. He wants things to remain the way they are, with the Orc Underground being not an official district of Seattle. It means that Knight Errant don't have any jurisdiction there at all. So he can, with his associates and such, he can apply a lot more power in what happens in the Orc Underground.
How much do I know in regards to Mafia in general, and that what their views are towards Prop 23, like the other families, like Finnegan, for instance?
They're indifferent. It doesn't affect their business. Their business is conducted topside. It is just Gordo Buck that runs the underground. So they're mostly indifferent, but if they lent a particular way, it would be they lean with, or they side with Gordo Buck simply because he is an affiliate.
He's part of the Mafia, yeah.
Well, if the underground stayed in the underground, they wouldn't be competing with the Mafia above ground either. At least not as much.
So, all gangs and crime syndicates, they have their turf, which they protect, and the underground is outside of the sort of interests of those crime syndicates that are above ground. So they don't, when it comes to Prop 23, there's no real stance, but they do indirectly support Gordo Buck because he's in the family.
Would I get the sense that by us bringing in Gordo Buck, I might cause some reduced reputation with my ties with the Finnegan family?
There's potential damage to your standing.
This is just me thinking. And then so
we
got Gordo Buck, Black Fern, Anarchist, and who's the last guy that we need to pull in?
There's Harbinger and Harbinger.
Harbinger.
And Anarchy.
What do we know about Harbinger?
You will need to make a If you have current affairs military, you can make a roll on that.
No, just streetwise.
Otherwise, if you're discussing this openly with Tosh, he
would
can
these
give
be-
some information.
So Dana, Tosh, what can you tell us about Harbinger?
Would he be known to under current affairs for Shadowrunners? I don't know if he's pure military or.
Give me
A bit
a
of
roll.
both.
Give me a roll. We'll see if it's going to make a difference. There may be some modifiers.
Hopefully, not too many.
Okay, so what you will know that you have heard the name. He's a street samurai. He appears to be new in Seattle. He's sort of just come on the scene and hasn't got much of a rep yet.
Do they have a picture of him?
Let me see. Yes. That's Harbinger.
Does Shard recognize him?
Why should Shard recognize him?
This was because there was a street samurai that blew out the guy's chest, and they made face contact.
That was me.
And
That wasn't Shard.
I know it was Shard. He was the one that did the pointed the fingers at him.
No, that was DeFrey.
No.
Shard
Shard.
wasn't even over at the window.
No, Shard was not over by the window. He was over by the door, and so the street samurai was able to see Shard, and basically pointed his finger at him like he was gonna shoot him with his,
Right.
Shard basically did the same thing back.
Right. That was. Yes. So whoever it was that saw the guy that was mounting the assault cannon that was on the back of the truck will recognise that guy. And he was the one that obviously put a hole in your Johnson. Your Mr. Johnson. I'll say Mr. Johnson. It just doesn't sound right when I drop the Mr.
No.
Right, so where are they? If we know where they're at, then we can formulate a tactical plan.
So we only want to know one thing: where they are. That's probably not true, though. We would probably also like to know where they're vulnerable, but that may be too much to ask.
Okay.
Love that the guy next door is apparently drilling something.
Well, at least he's not caterwauling to salsa music. Or would that be
All right.
mariachi?
Are we... Oh, actually, Tosh, none of you had, like, military, current affairs military or anything like that?
No.
Well, somebody may have a reasonable amount as a default. I was rolling off 10.
Tosh will tell you what he knows. He was a former UN peacekeeper. So this is what Tosh is telling you. He was a former UN peacekeeper, got hurt real bad during the crash, and this is an event where the Matrix went down and everything turned to hell for a little while.
Right.
Apparently he was got hit by a mortar round and was left for dead. As a result of that, he has taken it upon himself to hate or dislike any sort of authority.
So that leads us to that next question that we already asked. Where are they right now?
Okay.
Need that salute report.
So, McAllister, over the your comms, you'll each get a notification. At least you'll get a notification from those that know McAllister. So if you haven't sort of met McAllister before, then this notification doesn't come to you. And in that notification, you have diagrams and blueprints.
They've been busy. What are we looking at?
Do we have a map that we can look at?
Yes, you do.
I'd like to not go in the front door. I'd actually like to go in stealthily if possible.
So, are we done with this particular scene? Or do you have other questions?
If they know where they're at, and we've got Scratcha, whatever, the gang guys there as well, how many are we looking at potentially facing?
Just to kind of also role play it, the orc that's there, he's part of the Scratcher gangs or local Scratcher gang.
The orc that's there is, yes. He was the one that didn't like what his brothers did. Cacao.
So question, could I use kind of savoir-faire mafia, which is organized crime, and him being part of organized crime, Scratchers, and maybe fast talk or diplomacy to maybe turn him into being more malleable to helping out.
Okay. You won't be able to use savoir-faire, but you could certainly fast talk.
Do you want me to try to roleplay this or roll?
Role play it and then roll. Or roll, and based off your roll, then role play it good or bad.
Okay. All right. And then can I get any like pluses from any of my other skills like streetwise or psychology, diplomacy as modifiers?
You could certainly do a complementary skill roll on, I guess, psychology.
So start with psychology and then lead into fast talk, or fast talk into psychology?
Psychology into fast talk. Okay, so you work out some, some things that might trigger him that you can utilize in your fast talk. So you'll get a +1 on your fast talk. So that's succeed by 3. So that's not bad. What are you saying to him?
Listen, man, I know what went down, but truly, this what we're trying to do here is to clear everyone's name, including scratchers. So whatever help you can provide, would be appreciated. And understand this, we're trying to clear our name. You guys are trying to clear your name. We're all in this together. Something along the lines of that.
And what exactly do you want from me?
If you can lend some support, maybe send some men along with us to help grab these guys, bring it, get them out, get them off the street. That would make all of our lives better.
What you're asking me to do is kill some of my brothers. Passing you information is one thing, but acting as executioner, that's a whole other thing.
I can't disagree with that. But if there's any other way you can think of helping, anything at all, even if it's maybe warning some of your brothers and getting them out of that building ahead of time.
No. Do not go warning them that a hostile force is approaching.
Or somehow get them out without warning them. Just saying, hey, we don't need to support these guys anymore.
I've tried to convince them to sway them away from Gordo's service. I've tried, and they've bought into his plan hook, line, and sinker. If I tell them or warn them, I think I'd be doing the mission more harm than good. I don't think any of them are going to turn.
I need to know how many people that we're potentially facing.
Yes, that is information you might be able to tell us. How many scratchers are in that building?
Well, he doesn't. He may or may not know of the number that were just killed by you guys. I don't know whether you want to tell him that.
We don't need to
No,
go over
we
that.
wouldn't tell them that. We wouldn't tell them that. From a Sakaji standpoint, I would know that trying to tell him that, oh, by the way, we did take out multiple scratchers at the brothel would be a bad idea.
He will say, I don't know, quite a few more brothers went with Gordo. Could be potentially over 20. Maybe 30 are working with him. How many are with him right now? I don't know. How many are still convinced that he's doing the right thing? I don't know.
Whether they got anybody else there, he doesn't know.
We absolutely need to try to go in via stealth. And
All right, what the hell is this building?
Alright, we can move on to the next cutscene. If you guys are finished with Dana, Tosh, and the two orcs.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't think there's anything else they got.
Okay. Your ammo is topped off, and McAllister gives you Anaki's location. He's even included diagrams and blueprints of the abandoned air freight company and private airport he's using. Wasn't that nice? It's time to take the terrorists down and end this nightmare. The mission at this point is simple. Go in, get Aniki, Harbinger, and any evidence of their plans and call it a night. Simple, right? Well, that's what you thought when this was a simple data snatch.
So, air freight.
I should clean up my screen. I guess you guys also have a picture of Anarchy.
Do we?
Yes, because I've got one.
Wow, he is
Wait a
pretty
minute.
looking.
Is that? No. No, we ended up shooting that guy. The one that went on the mission with us.
that was a dude. That was a human guy. And we didn't shoot him. Tosh shot him.
Let me just check the pictures. I don't think it's the same artwork.
This Baxter,
Right.
Baxter. What are we seeing here?
Okay, so you said air freight company and there's an airfield. Where is this?
Tacoma.
So, where the hell is Tacoma?
Right there.
That's not where I was looking. Right, so that's going to be around there somewhere. I don't see it. Oh, wait, no, is that one? No, that's a rail yard. I don't think there is one on the modern map.
Since you were given blueprints and stuff, just give me a moment to read this. Just make sure there's no secret information in it. That looks good.
So is there a first floor to this Brands Trans Global place? Or Baxter Trans Global?
Let me just check my images. In fact, yes, there is.
You were holding out on us.
It appears so.
Oh, right. Flavor text.
Suppose I should put a grid on this too.
All right.
How many of the scratchers did we take out?
I
10.
think we had 10, yeah.
Yep. Actually, I'm not going to put a grid on this because that building's supposed to be 100 meters long. So a grid on that's going to be
Small
really
grid.
small. So we will just go with action range bands for any of this stuff. So I will put a grid for the purpose of measuring distances.
Okay, I see. Looks like it's actually right around there. It's like a McCord Air Force Base.
So there is a modern day equivalent.
Near enough, I guess. I think that's technically not in a... Oh, well, okay. So Fort Lewis is further south there, but yeah. Okay, so that's probably the Fort Lewis airfield. Gray Army Airfield. Further down. Oh, not in Fort Lewis. It's near Fort Lewis. Yeah, probably McCord Air Force Base.
Okay, those grids are roughly to scale and will serve as working out range bands, but they are not token scales.
Right. 100-yard long, 3 stories. Boy, it would have been nice to have a book here. You fly in. Unless the new guy has fly.
Nope.
Well, that's a damn shame.
Right. Well, I still think we need to try to go in stealthily. Why the heck is...
Right. The reason I was looking for the for an example was to see if what was around it, what our chances are being able to sneak up. The fluff says it's patrolled by drones. And motion sensors, but they don't work.
Alright, so what is your plan here?
Yeah, we don't have one yet. Other than trying to sneak.
Well, you mentioned 20 to 30 scratchers. We killed off 10, so that leaves about 10 to 20 scratchers.
say probably a dozen or so. So the description we have says that basically everything is open except for the offices. So more than likely, if they're holed up somewhere, they're going to be holed up in the offices.
But they would probably have patrols.
They probably have patrols, and they do have drones, so we can expect to have to duck around that stuff. But if we could get straight to the office level, and yeah, boy, if this were a different group of PCs, I'd try dropping in from above. We don't have anything remotely like flight or teleportation at this point. We'd have to actually have a vehicle.
So ground and air-based drones, and for a tracked drone.
Now, if this is a hacker type, then he's going to have a matrix connection, so that can be accessed, I presume. Although if he's worth a damn, it won't be easy. Don't know how much that help that would be, except to potentially knock out the drones. But once that happens, he's going to know somebody's coming. So we may just have to cheese it. Just walk up and dodge what we can see. Because they're probably not going to be expecting anyone.
No,
Yeah,
they probably
chances
figured
are they
killed
don't.
everybody.
Chances are they don't expect everyone to, or anyone to turn up. They will certainly know that something's up with regards to the shootout at the hotel brothel, because 10 of their dudes don't show.
That's true.
And Anarchy is probably monitoring comms or the Matrix, and he'll know that Knight Errant rolled in on those guys.
Also true.
So I guess there's an argument that he may be potentially aware that his scratches may talk. So he might have some things in place.
So we should probably expect him to be on alert to some degree. Yeah, we're gonna need to get on site and get recon.
Alright, if you're going to get on site, I will need a stealth roll, and this is to get to a location where you are not going to be observed by drones and such.
Any modifiers, streetwise, urban survival that we can add?
Streetwise could work.
No, Streetwise is working with the underground. It's not going to help
Or
in a
survival,
stealth.
maybe.
Urban survival. I
Or
would.
area knowledge. We're not necessarily trying to get in close yet.
So if there's people doing recon, those people will need to give me a stealth roll.
Are we going to have time to retrieve additional gear?
You have time. You will swing past your place, load up, do what you need to do.
It occurs to me I don't actually have any long distance surveillance.
When we talk about loading up gear, does that mean just like ammo? We still have to purchase ammo?
You do.
I've purchased a crap ton of ammo in my off time.
However, you don't have a huge amount of time. You can't take hours because you know that this meeting is going down between Blackfern, Gordo Buck, and Anarchy.
Right. So what was this about recon? I was AFK.
We don't have any ideas, so we need to get a look.
So if you're going to try and get some visual recon, then you're going to need to make a stealth roll to get into a position where you can stake out the place.
What do you want there? Just straight up?
Well, I'm in the process of calculating, making sure.
Yes, straight up stealth.
Wow.
Great.
Well, to be fair, we're trying to stay very far away.
Well, technically, Gorgo and Shard would probably stay back while Frey and Frost would do the scouting.
Well, we're not getting close. We're all the way across
You
the
can't
friggin' highway.
you can't declare that after you fail the skill roll.
Okay, let me do a luck roll then.
It's not gonna help.
help.
Because Shard failed by more.
Well, we'll let the distance take care of the fail.
Okay, so how close do you get?
We just need to get eyes on, so line of sight. I'd say on the highway or under the highway. As long as we can get a clear line of sight to the building itself. And this is just for starters, really.
Alright, so you have clear line of sight on the building.
I have no, wait, that's on my shotgun. Hold on, I know I've got a scope on the rifle. Okay, yeah, I guess it is. I got the CTS on the rifle.
Yeah, I have that as well. So we've got heat or thermal. And I'm also going to be switching on the ETS before we get into the fight. And so I should be picking up any longer range transmissions.
What range is your ETS?
That'll pick it up at double the range of the device.
Okay, so you will at least pick up the... actually make the roll on your senses.
Or I could do that. Oh, man. I need to put some points in that. Yeah, that's sensors. Uh-huh. Maybe like that today.
Wow.
Alright, so you
Did
will...
you just tell everybody we were
I
coming,
thought I
Daniel?
turned it on.
You will see there's only one main transmission, and that is a comms array situated on the roof of this building. You're not picking up anything else that causes you any sort of alarm.
Well, the way is clear. Let's go on in.
What about heat sigs? We get individuals walking around the building.
On the, like, outside of the building?
Yeah. Or through windows if they have them.
So, how far, your position on the highway is how far in yards from the building?
Well, we don't know where the building actually is, so I can't actually tell you that.
Well, give me a number. So when you say, I'm going on the highway, I want to be on the highway that is 300 yards from the building. Or what?
Well, pretty much any distance is reasonable. I would say 400 or 500 yards. Yeah, let's call it 4.
Okay, give me a perception roll with the bonus that Heat Sigs gives. I think it's +2 or +3.
Well, they get the plain sight probably. I think that's right. I think it is +3 with the heat.
Don't include...
Is that sensors again?
no, that's perception.
Okay.
Don't include plain sight for this, because they may not be just walking around. They may be trying to stay outside.
Uh-huh. Really?
Well, I gotta calculate everything too. It's total of +4. Wow. It is going to be like that tonight.
What the fuck, man?
Hey, there's no one there. Let's go on in.
No, we're sufficiently paranoid that if it's like we're not seeing anybody, we're going,
Uh-huh.
why are we not seeing anybody?
They're in little holes.
So, you're not seeing anybody.
Hey, Frey, can I borrow your gun and look?
I ain't giving you my rifle.
Just to look through the scope.
All right, well, we're
Not
not seeing a
touch
whole lot.
anything.
Okay, so at this point, we can go ahead and start moving closer.
Do we need to make new stealth rolls or continue with what we have?
I'm all for re-rolling at this point. Of course, I actually, given the trend, I'm not sure we should.
Yes, if you're moving in, then yes, you will have to make new stealth rolls. And that will be everyone that is doing the moving in.
Okay, I would say that at this point we're going to attempt to move up to the perimeter of the airbase. And there is a little bit of tree cover here and there. We'll probably try to use that.
Crap!
Stealth.
Hit the wrong button.
And once we reach the perimeter, we'll stop and recheck.
I'll just wait for Phil to get back in.
Oh, that's what he meant.
Yeah. Damn it.
You mentioned the razor wire. How far? Where is that? Is that around the building itself, or is that around the perimeter of the?
It's around the perimeter.
Okay, so we will have to get through that to advance. So as part of our immediate recon, we'll also check the razor wire for sensors or
We're also
Something
keeping
word.
an eye out for drones.
see if it's wired before we start cutting it.
Alright, so that would be a electronics
What would that be?
electronics repair surveillance, I guess, or security systems.
Security.
Gonna need you to reshare the maps. I don't know what they're called. Thank you kindly.
Okay, we want to do the recon part first. I take it there have been no alarms.
Well, you probably wouldn't know if there was any alarms, if they have been alerted to your presence or not. It'll all come out when you assault.
If they were sending a crew out to come shoot us, we would know.
Well, yes. Either that or they're preparing for an assault. So you guys might enter the building and go, "Where is everybody?" And then they go, "Surprise!" and jump up and kill you.
That'd be about right.
We saw you coming.
Side note, it is kind of stupid for us to be assaulting a place with like upwards of 30 people in GURPS.
It's probably only 20.
Or 10.
My point stands.
Actually, it could be only 14 because we did kill off 10 of their scratchers. So he said 20 to 30.
Frank could kill that many and not even change mags.
Right, so
We have
recon.
We have 2 hours to play out this combat. Now, that's plenty of time to get the combat done. But would you guys like to play it? Yeah, if we
I
get
know
to
what
it.
you're thinking. The mercenaries thing?
What's it called? Shootout or something?
I was thinking
Battle-
of the
battle system.
Action 7 mercenaries. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, there's a thing in there called.
Battle.
Is it called Battle?
I don't think
page
that's
Or
gonna.
is it Action Scene or something like that?
No, it's called the battle system.
Running
I-
battle. Base attack resolution system.
I think that's
So-
going to be a little more abstract than you probably want here.
I'll leave it up to you guys. I'm not fussed either way. Would you like to?
I'm willing
Play-
to give
play
it a
it out.
try because I
We've
like
got-
to see how it works.
We've got potentially 2 hours. So you can do the assault tactically or abstractly. What is your choice?
I think it kind of depends on how much we got to deal with to get to the actual bad guys.
I'm okay with kind of abstract.
I say give it a try. I'd like to see how it works. Because I think when that thing came out, both Daniel and I glanced at it and thought, this is what you were wanting, Brian. That one time you did the pseudo mass combat thing when we assaulted the Humanist Poly Club, I believe.
Yeah.
Question, and this is kind of how we're going to roll.
So what was that? You cut off.
How are we trying to role play this? Are we trying to actually bring these people in alive, or are we
Yes.
out for blood?
No, our mission was to bring them in alive. We'll try to do that.
Well, you need to try and bring in the key players alive.
The
Whether
red
you
shirts can all get shot.
whether you want to be murdering scratches which are potential or have been allies in the past, I'll leave that up to you.
It'd be nice if we could not kill them.
I haven't had a look at the faction stuff at the end, so murdering scratches might affect factions.
Are you going to need some time to review that battle system?
Yeah, when we get to it, we'll take a 5-minute break. A 5-minute break beforehand.
I'm not there yet, though. Okay.
Well, that's entirely up to you guys.
We were going to reassess our surveillance, so we can at least get on with that.
Perception rolls.
I needed to do the sensors. And hopefully not. Oh my god, what the hell?
Everything's good.
Alright, I'm leaving.
What do you mean you're leaving? You're picking up everything. Nothing's changed. It's all good. There's still the same big communications array on the roof, blasting out its stuff.
Maybe I'll.
It's
maybe
only
I'll
it's
see
only the
something on
player.
thermals.
It's only the player that knows that you're screwed.
Technically, we should be rolling those in secret.
Crap, that's not infrared contacts. That's going to be the crap. What is it? The CTS. But the point still stands, I believe.
Okay, so
Because I've got the hyperspectral goggles on.
from your new vantage point, you can see there. What was it? 60 by 5. 6 is the most. So from your new vantage point, you can see that there are at least 3 dudes on the perimeter. However, you will actually give me an IQ roll. Or you could probably substitute tactics here if you have a better one. A better roll.
Nope. IQ's better. Yeah, that would have been a fail by 1 for the tactics for me.
Okay, so both of you. You will see that there's 3 guys on the perimeter. However, they are hiding behind cover or corners and things like that. And every now and then you only see them because they poke their head out and look in your direction. You are immediately aware that they know you're coming. So they're behind corners and they will look out and peer in your direction just to make sure you're not moving.
So much for the element of surprise. Well,
Firefights, that was the title of the thing in
I
Mercenaries.
could try to talk them out and see if they'll leave.
I kind of doubt that. Not at this point. No, I was going to say if we've already been spotted coming in, then it's not out of the question that I could go ahead and attempt to disable the drones.
All right,
That would
so
take some time, though.
if you go to disable drones, it will be a contest of skills, you versus Anarchy, because he will notice that you're trying to break them, and he will try to break your breaking them.
Well, what if I break his trying to break my breaking them?
But he'll try to break that first.
That's tricky. What's the timetable on that, would you say? Is that going to be hours, or is that going to be a minute?
Well, it's not going to be hours, because we're going to be going into a firefight.
Well, that's why I said it may take too long to do that.
No, it'll happen relatively fast. You'll attempt to take control of the drone and disable it. He will try to stop you, and one roll, a couple of minutes sort of thing.
Okay, well, what I want to do is attempt to find his node and find out what devices are connected to it, find all the drone devices, and if there's an individual controller, actually stop it there, or if the best I can do is get a single drone, then I'll do that. We'll see what happens. So I am going to be catatonic for a little bit. You guys cover me?
Okay, we'll take our position defending.
Yeah, I do not have great confidence in the dice right now. I guess we're not really losing anything.
Be positive. Be positive.
No, I'm O negative.
I'm all positive.
Well, I guess it could be worse.
Damn, that is a good roll. Now let's see how good this guy is.
Now it's your turn to roll an 18.
I don't roll 18s. I got my hacks running. Sorry.
I have seen you roll an 18 before.
Yeah, that's when I disabled my hacks. Just to make it look like...
No, you were playing. It's when you were about to nuke yourself.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't count. He doesn't use those hacks when he's playing.
That we know of.
He better not be.
I wonder if I could...
I'm totally got the John Wick 2 Catacomb shootout playing for my headspace.
You know, it would be kind of cool to have a fudge extension.
You could do a fudge extension as the GM, but players can't load modules and extensions unless the GM allows it. Right. So the GM could fudge, but players can't. So that's why I never load my hacks when I'm playing.
Uh-huh.
Okay. You will start trying to hack his system, and it becomes immediately apparent to you that, damn, this guy is good. You try one avenue, and immediately you're, firewalled from access, and he'll, kick your feed, and you're stunned for a little bit. You'll try something else, and he's like, it's almost like he's one step ahead of you.
That's it. I hate him.
You come to the conclusion this guy's better than you. Which is
really
saying something, because you're quite good.
Well, that also means that they definitely know we're coming, so...
Well, they already knew we were coming. All right, well, that's that. We're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way.
Can they hear... Are we in verbal range?
To the guys on perimeter?
Yes.
You're at the fence, so we'll say no. Once you breach the fence and get a little bit closer, then yes. But you've got the feeling that they're ready to shoot once you get close enough to speak. Any other pre-prep that you wish to do? Suit up in heavy armor. Go back to the vehicles, open your trunk, and add those ceramic inserts into your ballistic vests.
Mm-hmm.
Put on a helmet.
Nope, not for me. I'm
I'm
going to check that stupid ESM again and make sure it's actually on.
It is on. You're getting a nice signal.
There are 3 guys out there, and I'm not picking up their phones.
Just means they're not using phones.
Yeah,
They're-
right.
They're scratchers. They come from the underground.
Everybody uses their
they don't have
phones all the goddamn
self-service.
time. They're in the bathroom taking a dump. They're on their damn phones.
You're convinced that Anarchy has somehow masked their signals from you.
That's devious.
He is, of course, better than you.
No, he isn't.
The dice say he is.
He's just a better hacker than me. That doesn't make him superior.
Fair call. So, any other pre-prep, or do we get into the assault?
The salt and pepper.
Nope. Okay.
Silence. Silence is considered in.
So
Don't go there.
we will take a 5-minute break. I'm going to refresh my stuff on the firefight stuff, and then we'll kick it off with that.
Well, the good news, it is very short and simple.
I'm going to laugh if it results in your murder, because the dice have not been good to you.
It's the way it's put together. It's highly unlikely.
Have you seen your dice rolls?
Oh yeah, and the worst
Those
part
di-
is there, Daniel.
Those
You're
dice
probably
rolls
the-
are highly unlikely.
You're probably the one who's going to be making the tactics check because I think you got the highest tactics skill.
Yeah, I know. Ah, that reminds me. I need to make a note to improve that.
All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break.
Roger, 5.
Okay, we're back. All right, let's kick this thing. So, just cause, we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to resolve this shootout using some rules in GURPS Action 7 Mercenaries under the chapter Firefights. Yes. Basic attack resolution system. Alright, so first up, we'll need to work out who is your tactics person, who is effectively coordinating your assault on this place.
That's going to be me.
Alright, so you are going to be going head to head with Harbinger.
Great.
He
That
may,
could be bad.
he may well be the harbinger of your death.
I don't want that to be the case.
Let me see how good he is.
Well, he's not that great. He failed to kill us before.
Yeah, no, he made the bad guy mistake of leaving it up to his henchman to finish you off. Assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups. Okay. He's good. But he's not super good.
Well, he only has to be a little bit good to be better than me.
That's not what we want to hear, dude.
I don't know. The tactics of 12 is quite good.
You need a realistic expectation here.
Are there
All
any
right.
assists we can offer?
So
for
the way
survival?
this will happen is you each will describe how you are contributing to this battle or this firefight, and what skills that you're going to use. So one skill is going to be your primary skill, and you will roll that, and it will be an assist to Frost's tactics roll, or a complementary skill. So you'll add a +1 if you succeed, a -1 if you fail, +2 if it's a critical success, and -2 if it's a critical fail. I was trying... Oh, your roll is going to be affected by bad, which is basic abstract difficulty. I'm going to assess a -2, since you are assaulting and they are defending. So all your rolls are made at -2, and if I'm not mistaken, their rolls are made at +2.
It's not generally both. So it's either they get the skill bonus or we get the skill penalty.
Okay.
I think the way that it typically works is in combat, if they're shooting at us, they get the bonus to shoot at us.
So what will happen is you guys will each narratively describe what you're doing. I'll detail. You tell me what your intention is. I'll set up the scene for your particular character, and then you tell me how that scene plays out narratively. Then we make the rolls. At the end of once everyone's done their thing, we will then roll a contest of tactics and look at the table to find out results. Now, since you guys don't have mooks with you, any casualties that come to you, they will be in terms of single hit points. So if you get 100% casualties, then you're going to have all been dropped. If you get 10% casualties, you'll all have like 1 hit point, sort of stuff. Now, at the end of it, you are able to spend a character point for a flesh wound if it turns out really bad for you.
So it looks like this does not use the mass combat bit where the commander is not a part of it.
Correct.
So, okay. The other thing I was going to ask was about the opportunities and challenges, how we're doing that. Are you just going to roll for a number of them?
I think, given the situation, I'm going to choose the opportunities. And we'll roll the challenges.
It looks like the way it was working there is it's you I guess you roll at the beginning of the fight. And
Yes.
That's how many happen in the fight. Okay.
Actually, we'll roll, and if it's not appropriate, then we'll just ignore it. We'll do it like that for the opportunities, because not all of them really relate to the current situation.
Ditto with the challenges.
I don't know. There's like sniper and
Gorgo or Shard are going to turn out to be turncoats.
maybe that scratcher that gave you the information turned out to be a turncoat.
That would be shifty.
So,
so
in any case, we'll roll and see what comes up and if it's going to be appropriate to the current situation.
So there doesn't appear to be a particular sequence here. So we just get to it, I guess.
So I'll get someone to roll a d6 divided by 2 to see how many opportunities arise.
To roll.
We'll get Shard to roll because he's a fly on the wall at the moment.
It's always a fly on the wall. Say something!
So d6 roll.
1.
Round up, so that's 2 opportunities. Now I'll need 2 rolls on 3d6.
Oh, right. I will do 1. Just because.
And let's get Gorgo. You can do the other one. $11 and $8. So 11 is Arsenal. I'll drop this into chat.
And 8 is prisoners. Did we just pick up some mooks?
Alright, so it turns out that there are some prisoners, so it can feature in your scene. So as you assault, you will discover that there are prisoners.
Some of the scratchers decided they didn't want to do this.
Yep. And they're being...
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, you know, the ones that the one dude was like trying to talk out of joining. They're like, you know, he has a point.
Well, there's also the fact that you guys helped take out some humanist dudes, and
It's true. I do have a positive reputation with the Orc Underground.
so when you guys show up, some of the scratchers are going to be going, "No, I can't do this. I can't shoot these guys. They did us a solid." So that's
right.
potential. Let's see. 1D prisoners. So there will be 4 scratchers that have decided, no, we're not doing this, and as a result, they've been locked in a room for one of you guys to rescue. You will also find in your assault an arsenal of stuff, so you can
That's not hard to figure out.
re-equip or do whatever. Nice. Those rolls seem to work out for you.
Alright, and the challenges.
Okay, so challenges. Make a... Who hasn't rolled yet?
Everybody's
Frey.
rolled. I rolled. I rolled a
Did you?
4.
Yeah, he just...
I rolled the prisoners.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So let's get Shard to roll again. This is for the... Yeah, 1D. This is for the number of challenges.
Ugh.
Figures.
So I'll get everyone to roll 3d6, and I'll roll 3d6 myself. Of these, we will only pick the ones that seem to work. So 13, traps.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They knew you were coming. They've set stuff up.
Minefield kind of makes sense.
That seems like it's really, really dangerous for them, too.
4.
I will
Turncoat.
say, I'll say
Shark,
minefield. Minefield will roll into traps. I don't think they're going to like set up mines.
You could probably replace that with drones or something. Something you stumble into anyway.
And 8 is incoming. That's going to be the drones.
That's true. That would make sense. So I guess the turncoat, if that's bad intel, that doesn't even necessarily have to be the guy we talked to. It could be somebody else.
Which ones have we missed? We've got traps. We've got 14, minefield, enemy squad, and
What?
number 9. Oh, sorry, my roll. My roll was a 9.
Oh. Well, it seems like the turncoat would result in the incoming squad.
Alright, so that's all of them. Narratively, let's say the turncoat was the scratcher that gave you the info. He didn't want his buddies to die, so he called them up to give them a last chance. You know, you guys have got to back down, take off, fly, you fools. And 4 of them said, yeah, no, I like these guys, I can't shoot them. So they were taken prisoner.
There you
go. What do we got? And because of the turncoat, they got some backup. So as you guys assault, you will suddenly find yourselves flanked by backup that arrive after you've entered the building.
All right.
What else have we got? We've got the incoming. So, yeah, that's drones. And what was the other one? Minefield. And traps.
So, traps and more traps. How did that actually come up, though?
So for traps, mercs may stumble into any number of traps. Dictionary of danger.
So I guess every time somebody goes through their thing, they have to do the traps in the minefield and the incoming? Wow.
It would seem that it is going to be, as you each do your individual stuff, we'll have how to handle this. I guess
Maybe
we
each
can.
PC,
Each PC does
deals
one.
with, or deals with the one that they rolled, if it's
Good.
appropriate.
Yeah, that'll work.
Which was a terrible. Well, but then you rolled.
We'll say the one that I rolled will affect all of you. So, enemy squad. Is there an outnumber? Because they will outnumber you. Does it affect tactics roll?
Yeah, let's see that.
We'll do it like this. I'll increase the bad by 1. Yeah, so for the bad will go up by 1. So remember, all your rolls will be modified by bad. So it is -2, so it'll be -3 because your backup arrives. So, Frost, how do you enter this the firefight? Tell me how you enter, and then I'll set up what confronts you.
Would it really be Frost going in first?
I think he's just picking me
Actually,
because I'm at the end.
let's do it in order of combat tracker.
Or we can do that.
So, Frey.
Okay, let's see. So apparently I have to deal with a minefield, which is going to really, really suck. Because that's going to be, I'm going to have an 8 soldier skill check for that. But yeah, the plan there is, he's armed with the rifle, so he's going in, just laying waste to them, because that carbine hits really, really hard. So it's going to be punching through their crappy rudimentary protection, taking off legs, taking off arms.
Okay, so you'll be kick the door in, and you're going in first, guns blazing.
Yep, he's doing the Elfwick thing. Think of the catacomb shootout where he's just like, and he's not staying in any in one location. He's constantly moving.
Okay, so they will be waiting for you. When you kick the door in, you'll see that they're going to be set up in various locations of cover. A bunch of scratches there, guns at the ready. You kick the door, bullets start flying. You step in, and you will notice straight away that there is a claymore that has been set up, blocking your path, and you will have to negotiate that. There's a tripwire or something like that.
Okay, so that means I need to make a soldier -3 check. Making sure I read that right. Failure means, okay, well, let's see. This is combat, so if he fails this, he's going to likely have to luck it. Which means I'm going to have to luck it.
Well, you do have opportunities to dodge, because you get struck with fragments of claymore. You are hit by 1d fragments that each do 2d cutting, but you do get dodges on that, so keep that in mind. Are you going to luck this one, or are you going to...
Well, no, if I didn't realize I would be able to get that. In that case, I'll just do the extra effort and all out, and not all out, but feverish and stuff like that.
Okay, so 1d fragments.
Yep, I rolled a 2.
So this thing will go off.
What is the dive thing for that? That's +3, right?
Yeah.
3.
So in this particular situation, there are 5 scratcher that are set up in positions of cover, emptying everything that they have on you.
So I believe that means I dodged both of those?
You will dodge both.
Okay, so...
Did you... Before you go on, you do have those 2 opportunities, which were they prisoners?
Prisoners
and Arsenal.
Arsenal is just replenish. So he's probably going to unload on these dudes, and theoretically, if the prisoners are there, they may be there to assist.
Well, let's do it like this. So each of you could utilize the prisoners, but once they're utilized, that's them done.
Then I'm not going to do them.
They will be considered an assist, so they'll be an automatic +1.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that then. Instead, he's going to go in. He sees the tripwire. He's still already going, but he's going to just like go over and in the air. Since this is now shifting slightly cinematic, he's going to be unloading at the dudes while he's diving for cover. The question I have with regards to the skill that I use, what about all of the various modifiers and such like that, like accuracy and HUD and stuff like that?
No, it'll just be your base skill roll modified by that.
However, I am a gunslinger. So if you recall, in the action chases, gunslingers still get the act bonus when they're shooting.
In this case,
says use the cinematic combat rules from exploits in 38. So.
Cinematic combat rolls, bulletproof nudity, cannon fodder, cinematic explosions, knockback, flesh wounds, infinite ammo, melee etiquette, TV action violence.
Since you're not actually shooting,
cinematics.
I'll
Yeah.
say no, not in this case, because you're not actually. It's abstracted the whole shooting, running and gunning. It's just you're using your gun to do it, so it's not necessarily
Right.
accuracy.
So basically, I'm running into the same problem with this system that Mark and Carrie had with the mass combat, where my effectivity is significantly reduced because it is too abstract.
Well,
I was
what's your
afraid
skill?
that would happen. Well, it depends. If I'm going into a firefight like that, I'm going to be over 20.
But without the modifiers, straight up skill roll.
It's going to be 16.
That's still quite good.
But again, it's reducing the effectivity.
Well, the other side of that is this is really just an assist anyway.
All right, so give us the roll.
I did.
So,
You're scrolled up.
yep. So that's a +1. So you'll get so far +1. And you will leave a number of corpses, or are you going to be trying not to kill them?
They're going to be downed. It's mostly going to be random hit locations. So some of them may be dead, but a lot of them may be like with crippled arms or legs.
All right, so that will come out in the casualties roll, I guess, at the end.
They're lucky he's using the rifle.
Oh, he's pretty damn awesome with
Okay.
rifles too.
Next will be Frost.
Okay, were we doing the challenge first?
Well, you tell me the situation. How do you enter the scene, and I'll set up your particular scene. So we'll assume that you have initially breached the building.
Yeah, I don't even
know
how that means.
You saw, was it Frey? Disarmed. Actually, no, you failed to disarm in trying to circumvent a claymore tripwire. He triggered it, leaped for cover while shooting in midair, managing to avoid to get tagged by it, and left some bodies.
Yeah, because if it had gone full on super cinematic, I'd have been like, you know what, he's gonna dive for cover and shoot the mine, so it flips over and detonates on them.
We have to clear a bunch of junk, I think, in
What
the
did you roll?
outside and inside.
14.
I had the 13, I think.
13.
So I guess the way that I would enter this scene would be running and basically trying to parkour and keep intervening objects between myself and potential targets until I can deal with them. So leaping about onto containers and shit.
Okay, and you have traps. So give me a vision or perception -2, or vision -2, to notice the traps.
3.
Is it?
No, it's vision -2. It actually specifies the roll. Actually, no, that's for spikes.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, so just use bad.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I thought that's what we were using. It's bad, -3.
Yeah, the vision -2 was actual punchy spikes.
Hate it when that happens.
Yeah, I don't like this roll.
Shut your
Okay.
hole.
Well, I'll take it.
Alright, so you will be able to see the... you'll see the trap and avoid it, and everyone else will be able to avoid it as a result.
Okay, then I am going to... What the hell skill am I going to use? No, right, duh. So I will I'll vault the tripwire or whatever the hell it is, and at the other side I'll stop at a gaggle of the sentries coming up and basically hack the phone and set it to go off, or set the battery to overheat and explode. Grenade in the middle of them.
Okay. So, having dispatched the dudes that were at the door, there are some more guys. I'll retcon your situation a little bit. I don't think you could actually set phone batteries to explode.
Sure you can. They do it all the time in Watch Dogs.
Do they?
Yeah, actually. I don't know how you do it, but it's a video game, so it doesn't have to make sense.
The only way to make a battery is explode if you short circuit it.
Super hacker.
So I will say you're going to be using hacking. So I will say that there is a combat drone. One of Anarchy's combat drones is there supporting, like a sentry drone, supporting the dudes, and you can use that to your advantage.
Oh, that's not the same.
Suddenly goes brat, and they all fall down.
Alright, if you really want exploding batteries, that's fine. The
Drone explodes.
writer of this episode gets fired next one because exploding phones is not canon, and the fans complained.
What if it's the drone that explodes? You cause it to explode.
The other thing I was thinking of was making their ammo cook off and their wireless personal network weapon. I'm having trouble with English.
Either or.
That's what you get for
Anyway.
using 5G.
Exactly.
Did you wish to go into specific detail describing the scene?
Didn't I?
Well, you could say the battery explodes and the guy's hip disappears, and that causes him to sort of fall over, pulling the trigger on his weapon as he falls. His gun rakes one of his buddies, and yeah, you could go all out on your narration.
Oh, come on. Let's not go crazy here.
Alright, so that will be a success on your part. Okay, next up is Shard.
Okay.
How are you intending to contribute? What are you using? What skill?
If it would be possible to contribute in such a manner, I would like to sort of, as the door opens, throw a cast flash as I come in.
Sure. That is. If that's a skill you want to use, you can do that. What did you roll on the thingies? So you rolled the turncoat. So you have no specific stuff. So phones go off. People are going down. Also you have prisoners there as well. So either Shard or Gorgo needs to make use of the prisoners, otherwise they're
Shard's
wasted.
already rolled, so Gorgo needs to use the prisoners.
Alright, so describe your scene.
So as Frey goes in and the bullets start flying, Shard follows up behind and with just a quick note of get to cover over the pan, he'll sort of just stick his hand up over. Well, he'll hide behind a desk or something, stick his hand over the desk, and then flash out there to try to blind the opponents.
All right, it is successful as you hear shouts from Scratches. I can't see. Where are they? Where are they?
Ah, my arm! What happened to my arm? Mommy!
You hear lots of that, yes.
I can't feel my legs.
So that's a +3. And Gorgo, what skill will you be using in this?
So, what can the prisoners bring to the table, realistically?
Anything. So you have an arsenal available to you. So you can equip the prisoners if you wish. But regardless, the prisoners will account for a +1 to whatever your role is going to be.
Pity we can't have them get equipped and then add in an additional +1 to our tactics thing.
So I'm debating.
Sure, that makes sense.
What I'm thinking is I might be able to.
Actually,
I'm thinking along the lines of yes, I could equip the prisoners, and then basically use fast talk, psychology, whatever, to get them into the battle so that they help
you have
fight
leadership?
on our behalf. I have diplomacy. I have streetwise.
Do you have leadership?
I don't have leadership.
No, that's too bad.
you can try a default roll.
I do have
leadership.
an IQ of 15.
Well, but we got a bat of -3 here, so.
So, what we'll do.
Otherwise, I would probably just, if that's not going to really work out, then I would still basically arm the prisoners and they would assist me in shooting at the bad guys as I enter in.
What does leadership default?
-5.
I mean, the other option would be as a savoir-faire mafia, which is organized crime. That might work.
I don't think leadership would have a psychology default.
Yeah, there are so many skills I need, it sounds like.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
It's not that you need them.
Generally, in a situation like this, you want to find your highest skill level that you can justify using and figure out how that's going to work in.
Well, my highest skills would be first aid and physician.
Okay, work your way down.
The other option would be is psychology, esoteric medicine, diagnosis. I have savoir-faire, mafia, surgery, And then going lower, I have urban survival, streetwise, merchant, hazardous materials, holdouts, and then it would go down and fast talk. So computer operation, those are all 15s, and then it would go even lower to chemistry, diplomacy, guns, pistol, interrogation, poisons at 14, and then stuff lower than that.
All right, so I would say there's a justifiable cause to use fast talk, convince the prisoners to go against their buddies and shoot up their mates.
And using psychology as a kicker.
Complementary roles on a complementary role.
I would think if we could do complementary roles, then Frey should get his hack.
Yeah. No, just straight up. But you do get the +1 because of the prisoners. That was the...
So it'd be fast talk -3 +1. So
Now,
minus
All
2.
right, how about we do it like this?
Can you figure out how to work your higher purpose into that, though?
My higher purpose is medic. So it would have to be something in a medical nature. Like if I noticed that one of you guys were injured, then that might be something where my higher purpose medic, I need to defend my guys, would work in.
All right, well, you can use first aid. So in the shootout, one of your buddies gets a flesh wound and you first aid, and that's how you contribute. I'm
But
cool with that.
nobody's been injured. But nobody's been injured.
What about
no.
the prisoners, though?
There's potential for you to be injured. The results of your assault happen after. So
yes, in that case, I would probably be, I am the medic. So in the event someone does get injured, I'm using first aid to patch them up on the fly.
Yeah, this is abstract enough that you can actually say, yeah, somebody got injured and I rushed to assist, and now they're no longer injured.
the chance of you getting not injured at all is quite low. You need to roll an 11 plus on the tactics contest, or succeed by 11.
I'll use my first aid then, and then if we don't use the prisoners, does that mean they go away, period, or someone else can use them on the next action round?
What I just had, I was going to say,
It doesn't look like there is a next section.
there is no next section. You're the last to describe your scene. So what we'll do is, if you don't use the prisoners now, you can use the prisoners for the tactics roll. So you can use the prisoners as a +1 on your first aid.
Let's use the prisoners for the tactics roll, and I'll use my first aid skill.
That makes some sense, I guess.
So is that going to be first aid -3?
Yep.
-3 plus your higher purpose.
Yeah, so -2.
Telling you, Brian, I'm going to have to get higher purpose as well. Shoot people in the head.
That's your calling.
Yeah, how much would that cost versus just getting more targeted attack?
I can't. I literally cannot improve target attack with the pistol.
That's technically not true.
Oh, right. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. I forgot about that perk.
Was it a perk?
All right, so
Gabe had it with the feint.
Right.
you guys apparently are all badasses. So +4, you'll get +4 from the assists or complementary rolls, and I assume that you're going to utilize the prisoners.
Yep.
The prisoners
Yep.
are not going to be. They're going to avoid trying to kill their buddies.
That's fine.
So the way that will play out is we'll roll the tactics roll, and for the purpose of working out their casualties, I will not include that +1.
Okay.
So they'll be doing less casualties to themselves.
I guess that makes sense. Sort of. Okay. All right, so the end result, we got
+5.
+5, -3 for bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You are required to roll a 3.
Plus that. And
Do you have luck?
yeah, that's not a fucking 3. No, I do not.
Pity I can't go.
Can
yes,
Gorgo
reroll
use
it.
luck?
See, this is a situation where it's kind of a gray area. This does kind of affect you.
Technique mastery. That's what it is.
Right. Just trying to remember the name.
I'm wondering, what is the result of this? Does it assume that you automatically succeed the situation and work casualties, or does it require you to make additional rolls?
You know, that's a good question. Roll on the battle table. Casualties.
Because
Can
it does
luck
say
come into play on this?
no, only if it was Frost that had luck.
But doesn't
Well,
his roll
no.
affect me?
The luck can affect somebody else's roll if it directly affects you. So, for example, if I'm driving and I crash into something and you're in the passenger seat, then your luck could apply to me in that case. This one's tough.
Maybe it. In this case, he could activate it, and it allows a single reroll instead of 2. I'm just throwing random thoughts out there.
You know, I don't see in there where it says how you win.
It says at the start, it's like one. Each PC dukes it out in a one-off fight scene that contributes what is, in effect, a complementary skill roll. But it does.
Also, my luck can actually be used against the other guy's tactics roll against us.
Ooh, good point.
Because it says your
That's a
luck only
good point.
applies to your own success, damage, or reaction, or on outside events that affect you or your whole party, or when you are being attacked, in which case you may make the attacker roll 3 times and take the worst roll.
Okay, but if it specifically says affects the whole party, then this roll affects the whole party.
Alright, so he's going to succeed his tactics by 4.
So, can I use my luck and have him re-roll his tactics roll and take the worst one?
Well, it sounds like you could have me re-roll mine too.
Well, I think it'd be better. I think it's more likely because since it's more of him affecting me, kind of attacking. I mean, it does say outside events that affect
either
you
way.
or your whole party, and this
Yeah.
is a tactics roll that it's affecting the whole party.
So either one would work. It's really a matter of chances. I think I'm more likely to roll better than he is to roll worse.
But what do we want?
Maybe.
We want him to roll
Or is that
worse, or do
truce?
we want you to roll better?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know that one of them has an advantage over the other, really.
I'm going to go, the way this kind of words is, it does say you cannot share luck. If Strong Sam is trying to kick open a door, Lucky Lou can't stand behind him and transfer his luck. So I would say it's more of affecting the luck of the street samurai's tactics against me, saying that, well, I'm going to use luck and have him take the worst roll. So I'm going to use my luck to have him re-roll and take the worst one.
At present, if I'm reading this correct, you guys
Okay.
automatically win the battle. This will just
isn't-
determine casualties.
Okay. What looks like is there is no win. This is just between us and the final whatever.
That's weird.
And so this just basically determines what our casualties are before we get there.
So I'm going to have him re-roll his tactics rolls and take the worst, so that way he will lose his tactics and we will take less casualties.
Alright, so you want me to re-roll twice more?
Yes, re-roll twice more and take the worst roll.
We want you to roll an 18.
That would be nice.
That's a 5.
That's
So we got
not
8 and a
what
5.
That did not work.
And that's a 10.
So
go with the
it's
10.
10? Damn, dude.
So he succeeds by 2, so you will arrive at the end scene with a margin of success of 1 or failure.
Okay, so he was technically the winner of the contest, so they're only down 10%, we're down 20%.
And for the purpose of casualties to them, I said I'd adjust them by 1, so the margin would have been a success by 0. So that's still 10% casualties on their part, so no change. So you managed to not kill all their dudes, but they are, otherwise subdued or out of the fight. Your casualties will be...
CCs who are casualties in a battle can use flesh wounds. Okay. Does it say somewhere how much damage you take if you don't do that?
20%. So your casualties will be 20%.
Right, but who's injured and how much?
Well, the easiest way would be to have you all injured through cuts and bruises and stuff, equivalent to 20%. So whatever 20% of your hit points is.
Nope.
Well, okay.
So I imagine you'll all be down like 2 points.
2. That could be worse, I guess.
Right. That's what I need to start freaking putting some points into. My hit points suck.
Oh, did you include the prisoners?
In what?
The +1 from the prisoners helping you.
Yeah. There's 5 of them. Should be in there. 5 assists.
Okay. So, you will arrive at the end scene with a couple of points of damage. This comes from bruises and shrapnel, hell fight against... there were some 20 odd bad guys.
And then the next question, how much ammo did we expend doing all that?
There was a nearby arsenal to resupply.
Well, that's true.
So you're good. Alright, so let's fast forward to the scene where you actually come to Anarchy and the dudes. Alright, so you will charge into one of the offices. In that office, you can see that Anarchy is arguing with Blackfern and Buck over what's going down. Blackfern is panicking, and you hear him shouting out things like, I'll get the death penalty for this. Gordo Buck is he's shouting out, he should never have got involved with you guys or those two because of this. His future plans are moot.
So I suspect we're probably pursuing Harbinger, who's retreating into this room,
And
since he was running their side.
Yes. So Harbinger is in the room, and he will be sort of interrupting them, and he will be shouting out, there's no time for this. They're right behind us. Everyone's dead.
Not right behind you, right here.
Okay, so you have Harbinger with a submachine gun in hand. You know that he is, quite accurate with that weapon, and he's fast. He is wired. Your ETS, you've got. No, what's the? How is it you get ETS?
Yeah.
You actually have ETS?
Oh, Frey does.
Frey.
I have ETS.
Okay, so you will notice the, his reaction speed is amped up. So he's on par with you with regards to, reactions.
Right.
He has taken some minor injuries, 10%, so probably 1 point. Few cuts and bruises from the scrap. Anarchy, Blackfern, and Gordo, they are all fine at this point, except they're heated due to the argument and fighting, which is interrupted as you guys enter the room. Harbinger will level his weapon on... Who's the first person in the room?
Frey
Mm.
technically is the
Frey.
fastest.
So Frey,
That's true.
he will take aim on you. You know that he could fire, but he hasn't. He is obviously trying to see how this is going to play out. If it's going to be a firefight or what. But he has his submachine gun trained on Frey. Blackfern, as you guys enter the room, will sort of step to the back of the room, out of the, back away, up to the back wall, and you just hear him saying, "I'm fucked, I'm fucked, I'm fucked, I'm fucked." He will drop to his knees, and he'll throw his hands up in the air, and he says, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll do whatever you say. Don't kill me." And Gordo Buck turns to him and says, "You weak piece of shit." Can I get a perception roll or body language roll from people, please?
Does anybody actually have that?
Yep.
Nope.
Well, there you go.
Okay, so you will all succeed. So you will all notice that Gordo Buck is moving to basically put a bullet into Blackfern.
Can I sunbolt the wrist?
What?
Are we going in terms of combat tracker as to who's acting at which time?
That makes sense. Now,
We are.
you also know that if shoosting happens or attacks happen, this will probably escalate. Harbinger will open up on Frey, and things will escalate from there.
Well, it actually probably depends on which of us actually goes first.
Well, it's going to
Yeah,
be Frey
Because
first.
if he's aiming at me, then
So Harbinger is basically taking, aim and wait. So if things go down, he's obviously going to.
all right,
Is the only
so
one
he's
that's going to
taking an
do stuff.
aim. That means I can come in and engage, and before that.
Well, this is how the situation's played out.
No, he's doing the opportunity fire thing. That's a little weird.
So at the moment, there is no shoosting, but you know that any attacks from your side or your group will result in him probably responding. But you will notice that Gordo Buck is moving to sort of execute Blackfern for being such a weak pussy.
Could Frey actually shoot them both first?
Well, the problem there is that the dude's also got the wired reflexes, which gives him the ETS, apparently.
But is your dex better than his?
My dex is only 13 because I needed the points around. Let's see. So, yeah, we're probably coming in there doing the stand down now. Get on the ground, lower your weapons. This doesn't have to end with all of you dead.
Do you have any social skills you can use?
Well, your immediate concern is Gordo Buck. Because at the moment you've got
Fast talk 'em, intimidate them.
And if it is appropriate, I would like to be able to. Wait, no, you don't. You don't add reputation to that stuff. Crap.
I can.
Because
That's
if
a
you
good
can,
roll, though.
if I can add,
Don't worry.
you know, the bonus,
That-
Oh.
He is
they recognize. They're
intimidated
like,
by you.
oh shit, it's Frey.
Thank you, GM, for using your fudge.
So, Gordo Buck, has his pistol in hand, turns to level it on Blackfern. Blackfern shouts out, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" And Frey, you intimidate him. What do you say?
Let's see. So he's coming in there. He's got the rifle. It's got the underbarrel grenade launcher. His hand is actually on the trigger for the grenade, not the rifle. And it's just a very, very cold drop it. And I guess it's so cold it sends shivers up the dude's spine.
Still a bit of gun smoke coming out of that barrel.
He will turn to lock eyes with you. There is a pause, just a long pause that seems to last forever. And you can see that he's contemplating, what are his odds here if he was to open up. And obviously he values his life.
So, quick question.
And
but I may want to interject there. Quick question. We know that this acting DA is likely right. He probably is going to get the death penalty. What about Gordo? I mean,
Point
this
is-
was because I was thinking an additional angle could be like the what was the dude's name? The DA Blackfern.
Yeah, it's Mark Blackford.
I was thinking like an additional angle could be like, Blackfern's right. He's going to get the death penalty. You don't have to.
There you go.
that works. So there is that long pause as he's contemplating his
No,
odds.
you have to.
He will then sort of straighten, relax, and toss his weapon to the ground. He says, "All right. I don't speak for the others here, but I'm out of this." So Gordo Buck will drop his weapon and step back. Harbinger is still, ready at the trigger, gun still aimed on Frey. Obviously,
Who's
he's
also
picked.
aiming right at him.
He's obviously picked you as the greatest threat in the group.
Well, to be fair, he probably did also see us in the actual gunfight.
That's why he's picked you as being the greatest threat.
While there's some discussion going on, I'm going to be attempting to hack Harbinger's personal network and shut down his weapon.
I'm probably doing it's your call, man. You don't have to do this.
All right, that seems like
Frey's
That would be
Diplomacy?
I guess. So is this guy considered a runner?
he is definitely a runner. He's new to Seattle, though.
Still, I'm going to first make the regular reaction roll. I think charisma would apply.
Yeah.
I don't think attractive is going to apply. I hope it's not going to apply.
I don't think it does. I think it only applies for
And
Well, that's pretty damn good.
and then I'm going to be attempting diplomacy, although I guess I can't get any better than that, right?
Yeah, technically no, unless he's using a different
Unless I roll a 3.
optional rule.
If you get a critical on your diplomacy, then
I'm not going to
we'll
do
bump it
that,
up.
but let's see what happens.
Stranger things have happened.
Not today, though.
Not today. Well, today's pretty strange. We've had 3 crit fails in a row.
And Frost, you're attempting to hack this guy's thing. Keeping in mind that he's a technomancer, so he doesn't need to be connected to any electronics or anything like that. He just uses his brain.
No, Harbinger.
Oh, his gun.
Uh-huh. Unless he's not wired.
I imagine he would have smart gun and stuff like that. But I doubt that it's going to be a wireless thing. So his smart gun and all that will plug straight into his hand.
Well, that's all got to go somewhere.
Into his brain. That doesn't necessarily mean he's wireless.
If he's not wireless, then he's very unusual.
Right, but his targeting systems and all that sort of stuff, I can't see any grounds for having that be wireless.
Because it's almost always wireless? That's the fluff on the setting. They said everybody uses that shit. I mean, you might be a weirdo that doesn't do that, or a paranoid.
Would a soldier do that? Because if you can just block their wireless, a jammer, throw a jammer down and everyone's stuff just stops.
Well, I'm not talking about jamming it. I'm talking about taking it over.
Well, again, it comes down to wireless. So, in the simplest situation, if you wanted to stop a soldier...
I thought it was kind of dumb myself, but...
I don't think his smart gun cybernetics are not going to be wireless. He doesn't have like a let me check his cybernetics.
Not that I want to continually argue it, but it's
actually I will check his cybernetics.
You can have an analog wire to the weapon, but your computer is still accessible, because if he's not got a implant computer, he's running it off his phone or something.
Although he's a technomancer, so that's slightly
He's
different.
not a technomancer.
Harbinger's not.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, the guy who's pointing the gun at
Anarchy
you
is the technomancer.
Yeah.
Okay. See, good lord.
Yeah.
Okay, he is not wireless. So he actually has a data jack, which is plugged into his smart gun.
Okay, so he's weird.
But of course his comlink is wired. But it's not wired into his cybernetics. Or his weapons, for that matter.
So when I look at his personal network, I'm not seeing his weapon on there.
No, you're seeing his comlink only. You will also obviously note that he has a cybernetic arm. His eye is cybernetic. Looks like in the picture there, it's his right arm.
So would that be his firing arm?
That would be his firing arm, yes. EMPs and stuff like that would work. But yeah, there's no wireless to his cybernetics. He's not jacked into it. Well, his cybernetics not jacked into anything. Alright, so you are diplomacying. What do you offer him?
He doesn't have to go down with the other guys. He's just, he just needs to turn state evidence.
He says, I don't know about the rest, but I like my odds on getting out of this. I got out of tougher.
No, you really haven't.
He'll sort of grimace and will say, I've seen tougher people than you. You don't scare me.
I'm not trying to scare you. I'm stating simple facts. Cooperate, and you don't have to go out of here feet first.
Is anyone else doing anything?
Well, I can assist him with his diplomacy skills, or lend help with psychology.
Oh yeah, isn't he like super against governments and stuff like that?
Yep.
That could be Gorgo's angle, where it's like, hey, you want to see a government collapse? Right here, the DA, the DA was murdered by the assistant DA, and you can make it happen.
I like that. That works. That plays in well with his motivations.
That'd be an awesome psychology roll. Now's when you need to roll a 3.
So diplomacy or psychology?
Either or, it's up to you.
Psychology is
Best
my
Actually,
skill.
since the skill diplomacy has already been used by Frey, psychology probably makes more sense.
I've already
Or
used
fast talk,
one.
if that makes a difference.
No, fast talk is worse, so I'll use psychology.
Well, there's a 3 in it.
Just need to get rid of that 1 that's in front of the 3. Haha!
Nice.
We're like, yeah, that does sort of make some sense to him.
Alright, so you'll notice the hammer on his pistol is pulled back. He will uncock it, but still have aim on Frey, and he'll say, now you.
Harbinger? Wait,
This is Harbinger, yeah.
Right, and just sort of shift attention to, what's his name, Anarchy. It's like, Anarchy?
Let's see.
He's gonna, like, freak out, and one of these dudes is gonna shoot him.
Or everybody shoots him.
He will... He will say, alright, no one else here has to die. I'll get out of this. I always do. So,
That's good.
then Harbinger repeats, still has his weapon aimed at you, but he's uncocked his weapon, he's like, let the hammer, ease the hammer back, and he says, now you.
My hand is definitely going to shift. I'm going to be slowly lowering it, along with him.
And he will comply. He will likewise lower his weapon.
All right, Frost.
Assuming everyone else is...
Call in the paddy wagon.
assuming everyone else is not going to do something to...
They'll also need medics.
Yeah.
Shard,
I'm
is
glad-
there anything you're going to do to assist?
No, I don't think there's anything I need to assist with. It's resolved.
Sounds sorted.
I'm glad this didn't have to get bloody. Any more bloody than it already was.
Okay. So you will wrap that scene up.
If there are any wounds, I will take the time to patch people up.
Yeah, well, there's about 20
There's
or
a
so
bunch outside.
20 or so wounded down below.
If they're not dead, I will try to help them.
So there was 20 of them. 10% casualties means that's potentially two dead with... actually, no, they only had 10% casualties. So 2 dead, but lots of injuries.
It's fiddly.
So, physician or first aid or surgery or...
Sorry,
Might not
there's-
even be any.
Sorry,
any
one dead and a few injuries, non-fatal injuries.
Probably all first aid.
So a first aid roll will work. Just need
Just
to
one?
make one.
And I will be using higher purpose medic, which I think is already added in there, so...
Okay, so you will start, but by the time EMTs arrive and stuff like that, you're still going.
Of course, I would heal up my teammates first, so... How much hit points do they get back?
Oh, we're all down like 2 hit points. Not enough to
I'm
bother
just
about.
down one. I was actually expecting a proper firefight here, and I don't have super great hit points to begin with, so I was like, oh, yeah.
I don't think any of us actually have super great hit points. This is not
Shard
the.
has 12,
Well, he may be the most.
and I normally have 10. After this one, I'm going to spin 2 to get 11 because
I
I
normally have 15. This was with the 20% taken off.
Oh, wow, 15. Damn, you are a
The hell's up
thick
with that?
dude.
Well, that's because he needs that for the fatigue points.
No,
No,
that's
that's-
a different thing.
Separate.
It's because he's a hockey player, right?
When you support a team, you gotta do what they
Makes
do too.
sense.
So is he also missing a tooth?
Or few.
Magic fixed it.
Well, I'm going to heal up my teammates first, and then I'll go downstairs and start healing up all the scratchers.
Okay. So,
Here come the lights. And the sirens.
And if any of the dead people, if I can use crash kit or surgery or anything to try to bring them back, I would.
so there was only the one dead, and there's no bringing him back because the top of his head's probably missing. Oops.
Sorry. Well, that dumbass tried to attack me with a makeshift axe while I was reloading, so I had to transition to the rifle, and reflexes kicked in, and I shot him in the skull.
Okay. So Tosh will turn up with actually, because you guys are on the wanted list at the moment, he tells you that he will rendezvous with you at a outside. He would rather not have the knight errant team that come in here to see you guys or see him talking to you guys. So he wants you to deliver the dudes to him separately.
Okay.
I assume you all agree to that.
Yeah, I have no problem not to.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yep.
And if they're like, I'm not sure about this, and go, you shouldn't have frickin' framed us.
So he will be at a location with a paddy wagon. He will see you guys, and he will say, "Good job," as he looks over 4 surviving
4
people.
uninjured people.
He then looks at Frey and says, "What's wrong? You have a bad day or something?"
You know, I was told to try to bring him in alive.
I was experimenting.
There are more people that need some medical attention inside, but I've given as much first aid as I can.
EMTs will take care of that. He says, "Look guys, I know that you guys missed out on your payday here, but I can arrange for you to collect the bounties on Anarchy and Harbinger. There is 4 of you." He says, "If you split that between you, you'll each walk out of here with 10 grand. Best I can do for you."
That sounds pretty good to me.
I do enjoy money.
I'm going to use psychology to see if it's possible to bump up the number.
Well, you won't be able to. This
Okay.
collecting on a bounty, the bounty is fixed.
Got it.
Yeah, that would be
10 grand.
law.
That's
Yeah,
good.
he's quite... Were it in his power, he would actually give you more because you guys are awesome. But you're only collecting on the bounty. Mind you, you could collect on your own bounty because you had a 50 grand bounty on your heads.
We should turn each other in.
I'd
No.
like to
Hey, but we're going to get exonerated, so why not?
I mean, turn them in now, wait for the exoneration paperwork to go through, collect the bounty before then. I mean, it makes sense to me.
Okay, and then you guys will fade from this scene. In the coming days, you will learn that, or the newly promoted interim district attorney, Dana Oakes, will contact you and tell you that Blackfern is in custody under multiple charges of conspiracy to commit murder. All your charges have been dismissed.
I'm also going to relate all of the stuff that I don't want to call it promised, but told them to get them to cooperate.
She will say, she does point out though that while you did not commit the murder, you still accepted a job whose purpose was to cause damage to the district attorney's office. She says, I will forgive, but never forget. Please don't let me find you doing this again. I will not hesitate to bring the full force of my office on your heads with no mercy. Whether she's just saying that because she's, swinging a little extra power, or just trying to intimidate you, set you straight, or something like that. You don't know. Make of it what you will. McAllister.
So we're still on for Saturday then, right?
So, are we still fucking?
So there's a pause, and just as she hangs up, you hear yes.
Nice.
You will hear from McAllister that things are in disarray with with Gordo and his associates. Gordo's currently in custody, but his associates in the underground, along with several members of the Scratcher, they've sort of gone to ground, laying low, disappeared. But he tells you that they will be dealt with in due time. All right, some bookkeepings. Oh, actually, no, that's extra.
Uh-oh.
We got faction rep.
This is a message that has been left in your mailboxes.
Oh, we owe what's his nuts an exclusive too.
That's true. If you want, Gorgo seems to have a good relationship with him. He could be the one to go and talk to him.
That.
So I'll reach out to the Newsnet guy and set up the interview and basically kind of explain what went down, how everything happened, and how we cleared our names. I'm not going to go into too much details like personal lives or anything like that. I'm still going to maintain some anonymity so that you get the gist of the story, but not too many of the complete details.
Alright, so that's the message that was left in your mailboxes. Now we can wrap it up.
Interesting.
So I guess he got away. Good
Well,
lawyer.
Could have done that from jail, I guess.
That's also true.
Or he could have posted his own bail. I mean, he may have a lot of money.
I guess we will find out. He might be a recurring character.
If I can respond to that, I'm going to probably end up responding to it and just saying, just don't try to frickin' frame me again, or very bad things will happen.
Was he responsible for that?
Yeah, it said in there when I did my research to determine who I would send the people and take the blame.
Oh, okay. So he's probably the one that did the altered the video or whatever.
Yes. That's his key thing. Manipulating data.
Right. That kind of manipulating data. He's on our shit list.
So next is the expose with Newsnet to clean everything up.
Alright, so you give them... Let's sort out factions.
Faction rep. So maybe Newsnet will go to +1 or -1. KSAF will probably go to +2, or go down to +2.
I don't know. We could call her and maybe smooth that over.
Okay, so in terms of money, you each get 1,300.
Yep.
13 grand, sorry.
Does our Seattle government go up or down?
You did not kill. You didn't fail to capture Anarchy and Harbinger, so no penalties there. You didn't kill Anarchy and Harbinger, so you get no faction rep or no Orc Underground rep.
Is Harbinger still in custody though, or did he get away?
No, they're in custody, but what happens after, you don't know. So Chaos. Alright, so you will be -1 rep from Athena. So that will drop to 2. Newsnet got the exclusive, so that is +1. It would be amusing after all this, you know, because you play one against the other and stuff, if all your reps just end up at 0.
That would be hilarious.
Okay. That is all your faction reps. Now, there are no contacts that you can gain from this. Oh, wait a sec.
Did the rep sheet get updated?
Not that I see.
Is it updated now?
He has to. Yeah.
Reshare?
Yeah, I was thinking
There
there was a
it
thing like
is.
that. That's better.
So Seattle government is awash.
Yep, no change there.
That's good.
Acceptable.
Seattle government would have got a -1 if you had have killed either of Anarchy or Harbinger. The Orc Underground would have given you a -1 if you had have killed them. Sorry, if you failed to capture or kill them, but you would have got a +1 if you did kill them. And then you've got the news organisations. You can each bump up your street cred, your reputation, Shadowrunners, if you wish. You're
4
already
is the max, right?
yes, you're already as badass as they get.
Yep. Oh, Mr. Wick.
However, no, it was not particularly brutal or bloodthirsty, so that's fine. And did you cause any collateral damage? Did you blow stuff up? I don't think you did.
Not really. There was the police
The hotel
cars in
room
the
did get
chase.
beat up.
We didn't
Yeah,
do
The
that.
police chase.
Yeah, that wasn't us technically.
That was Anarchy. He did it.
Well, the police chase, we did have, what,
Zzzz.
2 police cars?
Zzzz. That was Anarchy. He did it. It's the one-armed man.
All right. You do not... Actually, you do have options for contacts.
Yep.
Dana Oakes will not be available as a contact or taking her as a contact, so you can neither increase her or
Right.
take her or otherwise. You may increase Tosh if you wish.
Can't afford it.
Did you kill any knight errant?
Nope.
No, I don't think we even
We
shot
went out
at
of
him.
our way to do that. Yeah, we didn't even shoot at any of them.
Because if you did kill knight errant, he would drop 1. So his availability would, as a contact, would drop.
Even in the car chase, we didn't hurt anybody. So
Well, there was a wreck. They crawled out of it,
But that was the media's fault.
but that was technically the media's fault.
Yep. No, it's only if you kill a knight errant officer in cold blood, then his frequency of appearance would drop 1 level. And of course, you can take Joe or Athena as contacts. So if you don't have them already,
Right.
you can take them, or if you do have them, you can increase them. Oh, sorry. Only for Joe, because you ditched on Athena.
With an apology.
Yeah, it would actually make sense if Gorgo took Joe.
since I was the one that did the expose, yeah.
Mhm.
How much is that? How much does that cost? 1 or?
That depends on the particulars, but it's probably between 1 and 3.
Let me just fire up GCA. It's the easiest way to work it out.
And we're doing 3 points for the end of the mission.
Yes.
So how many points? 4?
3.
Oh, 3. Okay.
What character points that you gain?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we're asking? Okay.
What is the Newsnet guy's name?
All right, so Joe Martin. He is 1 point. He has a skill of 15 and appears on a 6 or less if you're just taking him.
Somewhat reliable.
And
It says effective skill 12, 9 or less.
I think,
First cost 1.
Yeah, you have to modify it.
no, I think his information is usually reliable. Oh, hang on, let me find the basic set.
Click on modifiers, and that'll take you to additional stuff. So that's where you can change the frequency of appearance, whether they're completely somewhat unreliable, usually reliable, stuff like that.
So his
And
information is usually
effective
reliable. He has
skill-
good sources.
The effective skill is based off of the level of the contact.
All right, so he will be 2 points. He will be a 2-point contact. So effective skill 15. His information is usually reliable, and he appears on a 6 or less.
So I have a thing.
That's a skill cost me 2 points, you said.
2 points, yeah.
Technically, I have two things. One, I'm keeping the DA's car. I will be fixing it. That is, fixing the registration and probably getting it painted.
File off the VIN.
So that's a side thing. The other thing is I want to sell that. Excalibur. And for the record, if it is in fact worth millions, then bear in mind that I will be using that money to purchase the family home, or go toward purchasing the family home, and not equipment.
Okay, let me just find the Fairlight Excalibur. That is a first edition book. Do I have first edition? I don't think I do.
Wow.
I think I have that one on the shelf. Hang on.
Now I got to figure out why there's a 10-point difference between my GCA and my.
Man, I hate that. That reminds me, I think we need to adjust the point summary a little bit. I know we had done something with the languages so that they showed up in the right place, but I think one thing we probably need to do with it is break out the the perks. Because GCA breaks out the perks into their separate thing. And having the two match up makes it a lot easier to troubleshoot.
Sorry, what was that? I heard troubleshoot. AFK.
Yeah. Of course you were.
I was getting a book.
Now, the point summary on the character sheet. I was thinking we probably need to break the perks out of the advantages the same way we do with the quirks, because GCA does that, and having them match makes it easier to troubleshoot.
Okay.
Because Phil is just saying his sheet is 10 points off and he doesn't know why.
Yeah, I typed something and it clearly overwrote whatever it is, and now I'm trying to track it down.
It's just
I hate
easier
that
if you can
part.
eyeball it correctly.
Well, I know roughly where it's at. I just have to figure out why it's showing. Because then you have to. I mean, hey, my skills are finally correct again. Now it's saying, hey, yeah, your advantages are wrong, and I'm like, what?
Alright, so the Fairlight Excalibur, in its heyday, back in 2050, so it's 23 years old.
23 years?
Was worth 5,529,600 New Yen.
Let's see. 23 years ago is gonna be. No. What kind of computer did I have back in 97?
There we go. Okay, now I'm back to normal again. Stupid. I very much wish you could lock point costs and where you have to actually unlock it. At the same time, I can see why some people would like, no, I don't want to do that. What is this? 5,529,600.
That's how much that deck that I nicked is worth, or was
You
worth.
dick.
So, well,
It needs to be divided 4 ways.
I set the family home at $1 million, I think, in the background, or it was maybe non-specific, but I was thinking around $1 million, which honestly may be a little cheap. So, but I could probably take less than that, definitely. So even 50% would probably do me.
I think we'll work that out in the boards.
That's not something we have to make a big fuss about. If you want to say, yeah, I can sell it and I can reclaim the house, then we can do it. And if
I'm
not,
just going to sink mine into a house.
Something that's
Well, maybe, I don't know.
something that's got a price tag like that. It's obviously not going to be
right,
anywhere
it's not
near
gonna be
that
immediate.
current value, but
Well, that depends on if
it
it's
will be
for a
of value.
collector or something like that.
It will be of value to a collector, and I think there is some rules in the back of the basic set that says finding a buyer for stuff.
Yes,
So
that is true.
finding a buyer for
Actually,
something like that is not going to be easy.
You can, you can do that social engineering too. I think they have that. Yeah, we can break that out a little bit on the boards. Not in any particular hurry.
We could maybe even turn it into a side quest.
Good.
So I have 1 point left. The skills I used most during the game this round was psychology and
Your
first
psychology
aid.
is high enough, dude. It's what, 17?
Yeah, that'll become
Good
18
Lord,
with
dude.
just 1 more point. So
What were you missing? You were missing leadership. Which
leadership
you probably
possibly.
need. What was the other thing? You probably don't need body language.
No,
You
my
have detect
perception's
lies?
good enough. I don't have detect lies.
Oh, you need that. Yeah, if you're going to be doing any face many kind of shit, you'll need that.
I'm kind of becoming kind of the face man.
You are kind of, yeah.
You don't have to become the face man if that's not what you want to do.
I'm more the, I'm pretty much the medic. But I do have a lot of the face man skills, and I have the intelligence for it.
Face man in this group is kind of the bitch role. It's the one nobody wants, but somebody's got to do it.
So what would be better, detect lies or leadership?
Oh, leadership's definitely. I think leadership would fit the character better.
Only issue is you didn't actually roll
Either
leadership.
one, really. Yeah, but this is between missions.
Well, let me just check the next mission.
Yeah, that's true. If it takes place the next day, then that wouldn't really count.
Next mission is titled Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, God.
Really? That seems weird. Most of their names have been little puns.
Apparently this is a sequel to Humanitarian Aid.
Uh-oh. You know what that means, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that means if it's a sequel, we have to do the prequel first. That's what he did previously with the, I can't remember which one it was.
Humanitarian aid. Which one was that?
We didn't do a Humanitarian Aid.
I was going to say, that didn't sound familiar.
Well, maybe it's in a different, earlier version?
I think this is a convention mission. I'm going to have to go look for it. I guess we're going to be doing the one before this, before we do this one. Alright, so maybe we do this one, or maybe it's the one before it. Although I'm not sure. It's talking about things like a year ago.
If those are convention missions, they may not be in the actual calendar. So I guess the real question would be, what's the next one on the calendar?
Well,
And
it would be
that
this
one probably
Romeo and
fits in
Juliet.
between. But whatever.
There's no... I don't see any straight up date or anything like that. But apparently it is a sequel to one of the convention missions. So maybe you'll play that convention mission first. So at this point, time, don't know how much takes place.
Roger that. Okay, and I guess that means next week Paul will be out, Mark will be in, and we will be doing Earthfall #1.
God help me.
And so should I go ahead and go with leadership or hold off for now?
That's entirely up to you.
Are you okay with the leadership then?
Yep.
All right, I'll go ahead and add it though. At least
He's
give me
actually just saying that.
That'll give me a skill of 14.
It's not bad.
Good lord. Some kind of insane intelligence.
Yeah, that's how those damn templates work.
Oh, Fiona Craig's mentioned in the next one.
Oh, really?
Sweet. She's one of my contacts.
I don't think we haven't talked to her since the beginning, have we? No, wait, she was involved in that one where Ditch died, wasn't she?
Yeah. Because we were going to get her.
Was it? Yeah.
Yep.
So she's trouble.
But she's a sexy elf chick who's doing the, what is it? Damn it. Tomb Raider lady.
Right.
I don't know if she was an elf.
I seem to remember her being an elf. I could be wrong.
She might be.
It happens every
But-
now and then.
She was definitely the archaeologist.
What is it? I had a thing about that. Not an archaeologist. She was something else.
No, she was a
Yeah, she's a
arcanologist.
arcana archaeologist.
Archaeologist. I could never say it, so I said no. She's a magical archaeologist.
Yeah.
Cool beans.
Well, guys.
All right.
Well, everyone, thank you for allowing me to play in this campaign. I do hope to play in future ones if you'll let me. I do need to take a break for the next run. If there's
Just,
any feedback.
Pay attention to the boards and see what's coming up next, or on Discord, I guess you can check there too.
All right. Thanks, guys. Take it easy. Have fun.
Cool.
Same to you.
Well,
All right, I
thanks
guess
for
we
tuning in,
killed the
stream.
Stream out.